Okay, it's not terribly scuffed. Ooh. Please choose a screen in subtitle language. English. I speak the English. Yes, I've played the Stanley Parable before. Please slide the slider until the computer is barely visible. That's what it is for my display, at least. So maybe it'll be really scary. Please enter the current time. Holy crap. This is new. Okay, so I gotta go forward with it. It is currently 10:56. 57. There we go. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. All right. Very excited to play this now. So as you can see, it starts out very meta. Yeah, no, this is going to be awesome. So I'm thinking, so this game sort of is like multiple path kind of deal. So, first we'll follow the instructions and see what happens. There's a narrator and he'll tell us what we're doing. So, let's do that first. Those load times, though. Barely any load time.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, so we're gonna go step out of the office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Meeting room. I need to steal that biscuit emote so badly. I'm doing great. How are you? Today was kind of rough, but I'm feeling much better and I'm very stoked to be with all of you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm sorry about your headache, Tina. What happened to Stanley? Where's Stanley? Who knows?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let it ball up inside you. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. That's how you solve a dispute. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a common... Oh my god. Oh, this is good. Ah, what a gem. Also, hi, Stormed. Very glad to see you in the stream. Number of slides on this slide. Charts, slides, charts, and slides. Rate of which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Oh my god, that's so meta. Please, no more charts. I'm begging. Stop. Oh, this is so terrible. What is hot? Profits. What do people want? Things? Money? More money? Things, but with money to buy more things? Graphs? Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. What are your dreams about the future? Just so much fun stuff to look at and explore. Thank you. I appreciate it. I made it. So, you know, get Chris out of broom closet. Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. There is a base, yes. I just don't use it, so it's in the case. Who moved my desk? Please keep targets on the topic of... Okay. I don't use it, though. Well, there's a broom closet. Just gonna pass it for now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We're just doing what he says first, and then feel free to, after we make it to the end, to make suggestions. Y'all can participate in this too, about what I should do at certain points. Just
Stepping into his manager's office,
classic.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Eight.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer
They
luck.
kept it in.
Amazing.
Yes.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh, where is the... Oh, here's the newly opened passageway. 8! One of the best parts of this game, if we're being real. Okay, this is looking spooky. Oh, this is an elevator. Throw the game out the window.
Descending
What did the
deeper
game
into the
do to
building,
you?
Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel
This
this
game is
now,
actually great.
when for years it had never occurred to him? This
took
question
your
would
toilet
not go unanswered for long.
Huh, what's going on?
Stanley
over
walked
here?
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh my god. It's a button.
The lights
Push
rose
it.
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I think we've got the strength to find out. How do we find out the answer? Oh!
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Whoa!
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
How could they?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oof.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Never!
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Oh, God.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Oh. What does this button do? Okay. Guess nothing. System power.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Yes. Hey, Phantom Starlight. This is a really fun game.
And a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Oh, that would be so funny.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
All right.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path.
Okay, no
him.
worries.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
We're happy. Now, we get to enjoy the fun. Those of you in chat, this is a game of several endings, so we can go ahead and play through this game together, and you can tell me what to do, if that's something that you would like. This is also an ending right here. Fun fact. Let's see. I think there's a way I can close the door. Oh, there we go. No! Roo!
All of his
Thank you
co-workers
so
were
much
gone.
for the Roo.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Thanks for the Roo. Well, I can help decide. So we have a couple options here. I already messed up the first one.
When Stanley
though,
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're gonna go to the door
This
on the
was
right.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
To admire it.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Yes, drinking it all in.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
It's super captivating. Do you not agree, narrator?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh, that's good. I don't know if it'll keep saying
Stanley
stuff.
sat
if I'm
around
still
waiting
in
for
here.
more dialogue. But when a long time had
shut
passed
up.
and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Okay, thank
But
you,
at last,
game.
He'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Oh, do we go in that room? What's over here? Let's go here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ouch. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, 10,000. Penalty of jumping off cargo lift, 5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh, who's been waiting? Gonna replace my passive aggression with regular aggression? Oh!
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Do I pick up the phone? Or do I just let it ring? I'm gonna let it ring. Could unplug it. Oh, no I can't. Biscuit emote is from Jigglypuff. Sadly, I don't have it. I need to steal it from Jigglypuff. Because everywhere is biscuits. I can't answer the phone. Okay, well, it's not doing anything for me not answering it, so... how do I do... Okay. We'll just have to... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I should ask him. I got the Yum Yum one. It's pretty good.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the
What?
oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
Son of a bitch.
Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit
Oh,
their life
shut
to
up.
you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
It really does. I don't remember this from the original game. I think this is new.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
What the hell, dude?
This is
Hello?
a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
What the hell? Good morning, employee 427. Press that on your controller. I guess I have no choice.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Jesus, game.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
You deserve a wife's fonts. You're great.
But in his mind,
you have the ability.
In his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his
Yes.
desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press Y to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought
That was pretty funny.
excited him terribly.
Oh, same. Me too. Spend time with the boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors
Apparently
and mind
I've
controls.
never had a real
And down another was a
life.
yellow
I
line that
just made
weaved
it up.
in many directions.
Line
and down another
TM?
was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I love you.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be?
What?
In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Yes, very real and important. Okay. I think not enough has happened. I mean, I know he's testing me to know that I wouldn't do it, but do I push the button? I think I gotta push the button. Because I was born to push buttons. All this time, have to push buttons. This is so good. Push the button. Yes. Pushing the button in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 0.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
I don't know. Need a mirror.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
So am I. Well, this game is all about multiple endings, so there's so many that we can get. That's only 2 of several.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content? What?
Oh,
What is
new content? What does that mean, new content?
new content? The trap? New content? Oh no. Oh no. It's new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
10 years ago?
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
You're right, this is a trap.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
See, this is the greatest
Please
trade deal in all
step
trade
inside and
deals.
see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yes, I am too.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
It's just nothing. Okay, is there a button to push?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we...
Oh, god damn it.
Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
It's just gonna be a whole bunch of nothing, isn't it?
I have to say,
textures.
initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
Yes, Stanley. The jump
right.
circle?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Yay, new content. Let's speedrun I can totally imagine people doing world records of this. New content, good. Aw, I can't jump anymore, I guess. Okay.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Oh yeah. I can't jump anymore. No, seriously, we disabled it. I got an achievement for that.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content,
yes,
then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Yeah, what is it? Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I guess so. Well, I guess that's all the new content. It's really good, actually. I'd give it a 7 out of 10. Wait, what? What? This is different. This is the new content. I hate Mondays. So do I. Actual new content. 4:30. It would be you?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Do I go in the vent? I guess I can go in the vent. Coffee nut. What is this? What is this? So this is all new. I don't know any of this. What a trip.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What is it? What secret do you have for me? What? What the hell? What is this? Are we in Skyrim now?
The memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
This is straight up just Midsummer. This looks like Midsummer. I'm a little scared. Why does it look like Midsummer? The Memory Zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap Xbox port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. You have to watch Midsummer. It's really good. Our First Kiss, My First Car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. The Stanley Parable by the narrator. Maybe when you're in town we can go watch Midsummer. That would be fun. What does that say? I have no idea. Be my Valentine. Buy on pressurized gas. Wow. Good times. Wow. All the awards for the Stanley Parable. That's such cool box art. Indoors monthly, graphs, cargo, in loving memory. Smile because it happened. Trip down memory lane. Bits of music from the Stanley Parable. $1. That would be hilarious if you could play the demo inside the game. No, they can't do that though. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. An actual achievement. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. These are actually nominees for BAFTAs? Holy crap. Stanley Parable deals stuffed choices. Oh, that's fun. Ah, yes. In loving memory of little Stanley. Aww.
Je suis dans la memory zone. C'est sur la pluie des loups.
Fixing to cry right now. Holy crap. You made some too much pasta.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling
so
writes,
meta.
and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
Shitting, throwing
Did you
up.
hear that, Stanley?
Exactly.
Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk.
No
now.
games?
A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It's no longer video games. The original remake? Person of the Year? off on buttons? What the hell? It's Stanley and his wife actually modeled. Do I go into the original remake or what's down here? Ooh, what's this? Memory zone maintenance? I guess we'll go see what the original remake first. Oh god. This feels so weird to be in the museum of the game. Yes, we're in the museum of the game, inside the game. That's incredible. Wow. It's the old Walmart happy face. Remember when Walmart was happy and a happy place to go? I remember. Your number is 29.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the Xbox. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
I bet they do it for every single system, too. Source, SDK. Yes, all they had to do was just port it to Xbox in pristine condition. It didn't need new stuff. Are you kidding me? Why did it need new stuff? Oh, what's this? The serious room? How do I get in the serious room?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
Uh-oh.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
What's in the memory zone? What the hell?
Oh,
Pressurized
no, for God,
gas?
No, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely
What
these
is
reviews were glowing
pressurized
as well,
gas?
weren't they?
Are they? I have a feeling they're not.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick
did.
them.
We're reading bad reviews? Forever immortalized in a video game? What? I feel like there's more. It's fragile. Pressurized gas reviews. Oh, I get it. It's Steam. Pressurized gas is Steam. Yes. Oh, there's the good review that you can't even read.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
This is so
I can't know how
meta.
much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Don't say that, narrator. You made a wonderful game. These people are just mean and they don't understand real art. What is this?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's
oh God,
what
what
is
happening?
I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
What the hell? It's
and
a skip
here it is.
button.
Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything
Holy
all
crap.
floods. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much, and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and
Holy crap.
You see, you were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley!
What the hell?
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God.
This is absolutely fantastic.
And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now stuck
Honestly,
in a room,
I think this
waiting for
game
you to
took
press
so
this
long to
button.
make is because of
Become
this
frozen in
dialogue.
time, knowing that you're going to do it and that I'm
How
going to be
much
stuck
dialogue is
all
there
alone,
in this game?
That I had the power to prevent it all from happening if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem?
Wait, did it?
Why did Cookie Nine's opinion...
Yes, Cookie 9.
Stanley,
It did
you're
loop.
back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking,
Yeah.
and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know.
You're gonna hate me, but who is Rise Darby?
Stanley, maybe if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe
You're real.
I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us. And I am
They really
suspended
outdid
in
themselves
its
on this.
unyielding quietness.
Totally worth it.
I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying.
New
I
Zealand
can
comedian and
tell that I
actor.
am becoming less and less
I'll have
real.
to check him
Yet to
out.
speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
It's me.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but
Damn.
regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life.
Jesus.
All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will.
You know,
that
this
you
is a
and I
cool
have
speech,
squabbled
but
over
I'm
for
just
so
gonna...
long.
Yeah, I'm gonna
There could
squabble
be-
some more. See you later. Good night. Sleep well, Spots. What the hell? All I hear is a train, and that's it. Aw. Good night, Spots. Fast forward so you're in the chat again. What the hell? Stop it! No!
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others.
I would buy an
Of course,
audiobook of all the
absolutely anyone
dialogue
can
in
leave a
this
review.
game.
So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone
When
will
you
say,
talk
oh,
about your
there
special
should be
interest.
a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most
Oh my god. What the hell is happening? I guess we just had to skip again, making us use the skip button.
The end is never the end, 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 is
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. What the hell? Okay. Alright then. 4-hour lo-fi button pressing mix. Maybe someday I'll get out of here. What the hell, game? Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared. It's Doom Eternal outside. What the hell? This is so weird. Why is the room all sideways? What the? I can get out. I can get out. What? I'm finally free. Is this Journey the video game? It's just Dune. Yes. Proceeds the Weedian Nazareth. That was pretty cool. No more though. Okay, I gotta get in this door before it closes. How do I close the door? I know there's a way you can do it on console.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
Damn
could
it.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content? What? I don't believe them. This is a trick.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So true. Like
And so
every
he
time if
detoured
it's
through
true.
the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
There's an elevator here. I don't remember this.
But Stanley
is this
didn't want to go
elevator?
back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Left?
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Oh my
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly...
Dude, come
Oh, dear, would you
on.
hold on for a minute, please? Now,
We're
let's
waiting.
see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
This way. What's down here?
No.
Oh.
This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Spoiler?
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now.
Did I
story
forget?
Completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense,
I
we'll
thought
just
that I
restart
did
the
it.
game from the beginning. And this time, suppose
well.
we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Dang. It's okay. No worries. Well, good to see you. Always great to see you. How you doing? I am having an
All of his
awfully
co-workers
great
were gone.
time.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so that's 417.
When Stanley...
What the hell?
Wait, what? No,
Why are there so many
I
doors?
restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
blast.
Let's find the story.
Where's the story? Story. Where is the story? I'm lost now. Story. Where are you, story? Is there anything that looks like a story in here? Is this a story? This looks like a story.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we
I doubt it.
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it
No.
unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh no, it's Backroom. There's a way to get in and close the door in here. But I don't remember how. Maybe they took that out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think there's something about these computer computer screams. Ah! Beep boop bop, beep beep boop bop, beep boop bop bop. Yeah, the back rooms are the worst, really. What is that?
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Did we miss anything? This looks like that's a thing. That's a door. That's a doorway to somewhere. Surname access? The hell was that?
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story.
What is this?
Here it comes.
Where is the story?
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay, dude. Where's the story yet? Oh, here's the story. What is this story? I don't know if I like this story.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
I think so.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what?
I think so.
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
I
You put
win!
in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Yes! We did it.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
No, you don't. No. He restarted. Oh, no. The Stanley Parable adventure line.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
You just follow the line. It's that simple. Oh my god. What if I don't follow the line, though?
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
No. No. Okay. I'm going to follow the line. Playing solitaire. Classic. Okay. Following the line.
The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To
here's a
destiny.
thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay.
Yeah,
now, if my
sure.
experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I love music. What the hell is going on? Why is there a yellow line over here too? Oh, okay. That's where we came from. This music is so extra.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Right. We're studying the fern. That is a nice fern.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I don't know. Stanley Parable story.
Oh,
yes.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
No! So now we're in this timeline with the line.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
This one. Yes, let's go.
Now, yes,
What's it?
This is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I wonder. I want to go to the McDonald's.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley.
What the hell?
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It TM. I love it. Okay, goodbye, line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Okay, the right door.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this?
Find a bookstore.
Really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So...
I don't know.
Okay.
I think you broke the game, dude.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
That's a good ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Simply. There's the new content.
Oh, good.
New content?
You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Really? It better be good. Okay. Elevator. Cool.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
What?
Yes,
the end is never the end.
Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Truly.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh my god, what the hell? There's twos everywhere. Off painting K, TGA. Interesting. This is so weird. Just random decorations. That's a cozy looking couch, I gotta say. What the hell is this? They're back 2 doors. More TSP. Better TSP. Win plus win. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift synergy. Brick and mortar approach. The color red. Leverage holistic value. What is this? Thanks for attending my meeting. The Stanley Parable 2. I hope that they make a Stanley Parable 2. They need to. No pun intended. Oh, look, it's the fern. There's 2 ferns. That's why it was important.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Are you sure? Two is the sequel to the Stanley Parable 2. The Stanley Parable 2 is the 2. I'm actually really impressed that they've made so many posters for this. Sequels are good. Half-Life 2, Portal 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of the Jafar, Dark Souls 2. I think some Dark Souls fans might be upset about the inclusion of Dark Souls 2. Valued investors, which way this way to the show floor. New features. New content. There's a bus to new content? I want to see the new content. How can I get there? Alright.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The reassurance bucket? Oh my god. This is incredible. I saw the new content. I want that shirt so bad. This better be real merch. I swear to God, if this is not real merch, crows. What are you doing? This shirt is the best news feature. Hear your name in the game? There's a button that says your name? What? Oh my god. This isn't real, is it?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
That's insane. What? This can't be real. And also, I really appreciate this fuzzy floor that they got going here.
Jim.
What is my name?
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along.
Hey guys,
I promise you'll
I'm
love
Jim.
it. Okay, here we
Hey,
go.
I'm Jim.
Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am Jim. I have found my calling in life. I am Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a
That's
break from the
100%
Jim button.
true.
I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I don't know. I want to hear the name Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Why would you take the Jim button away? I was truly alive. I was truly Jim for just a moment. Now who am I? Do I even know who I am? I suddenly think I am Jim. No, I've always been Jim.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
That's very true. Well, I am Jim. Whole new office. Red is the new orange. The updated ray trace, more of the same, but in a good way, sequel to the new features, new content, new ideas. Oh my god, there's Jump Circle? Free achievement? No way. How do I get free achievement? Pull the lever, receive your achievement, no more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
You'll give me the achievement?
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I hope so. I want my achievement. Give me my achievement. I guess it's not. That's so rude. Where's my achievement, bro? Give me my achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Jump circle!
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
can't jump in the jump circle? Wow. Okay, so settings world champion, epilogue, infinite hole. How do I get to infinite hole? What? What the hell? Collectibles? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable
What?
2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow. Impressive. I got a collectible. Did I crash? Oh. Can you find them all?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Sounds about right. Settings world champion, infinite hole. What is this? No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Can I choose? Oh, yes. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Oh my god. That's not what I wanted. Wow. Oh, that's
actually,
funny.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okay, fine. Alright, where's the infinite hole? Reassurance bucket? That's what I want.
A common complaint of Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Reassurance bucket. Let's go.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and
They
more
do.
awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out
But-
awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
It should be. Collectibles. Infinite hole. Just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Huh. Alright, let's go down the hole.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From
Oh,
one
God.
perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Don't gaslight me, bro.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we
I didn't
just
say
put
anything.
all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
What if I say no? Narrator? Okay, fine.
Great.
Okay,
Now,
fine.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Mostly infinite hole. Echocational use only. Infinite hole chart. It just keeps going. Opening. Depth infinite. Okay, so we got jump circle. What is settings world champion? Z is the merch, so it's across from the merch. Where is the merch? Merch, I think, is over here. Yes. And then infinite world settings should be over here somewhere. There's merch. That's new? What's new?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
That's new? Settings, world champion. It's only for the people with the world champion settings? Okay, fine. You heard Jim in the game. Okay, is there any other new features? Office decorations? Okay, that's true. New content, the compendium. Okay, what am I missing? Do I need all 10 or 6 collectibles to get to the epilogue? Is that how this works? Yeah, that's the gem button. Excuse me, sorry.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I think so.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is.
Yes.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I'm looking. What? Wow, sneaky. Laugh, it's the same game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee
There's
number
balloons.
427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Wow. Now there's balloons. New content.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Broom closet.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
What the hell?
Stanley
What?
picked up the bucket.
What? I have a bucket?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What the hell?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
What the hell? Broom closet. Yes.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait,
What the
Now
hell?
the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
That's very true. You know what? Me and my bucket have been through very hard times together.
Okay,
and
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
I wasn't finished.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yeah. Stick it.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really
It's
is
a
a wide
bucket.
variety of applications for this sticker.
It's a bucket with a bucket sticker. Incredible.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay
That's
here
very
all
true.
you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I don't know. Kind of like it in here. Okay, I guess we'll go out and outside, and continue on.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed
no
everyone
idea.
had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed.
What
Without
the
my
hell?
bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
No.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. Yes!
But Stanley
there it
simply
is.
couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh, snap. Am I being told what to do now? What if I close the door again?
Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Yep.
Here it comes.
All right.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Never again. Okay, where is the broom closet?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Broom closet should be over here, right? Oh no, it's
Yet
past
there was
here.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Love the broom closet. It's my favorite.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
You sure? I don't know. I like being in here.
It was
kind of
baffling
fun
that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet F.A.
F.A.? That's cursing. Cursing, my guy. Why would you do such a thing like that?
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around
Yes,
doing
I am.
nothing? Why? Please offer me
'Cause
some
I can.
explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I mean, you know how it is.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
I mean, you say that now like there's something in here.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Is there no broom closet ending anymore?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to
God.
drugs and hookers.
Holy crap, dude.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony
Just kidding, I'm
and
not dead.
insightful commentary of this game
It's a
is
prank.
not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Keep going. I know you have more. I guess not. I guess you're just not gonna give me the ending. Okay, fine.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
I'm the same person.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What is this room? Does it lead anywhere? What the hell? Executive bathroom?
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for
Bash
collecting all
Prime.
of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Just-
You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried.
Yes,
So,
we
I
are
implore you
Legion.
to
We are
savor
playing
each
Stanley.
and every moment
There's
you come
collectibles
across one
now.
of these beautiful figurines.
The Annihilator. I get the feeling money's for stealing. Not yours, of course. So that's a lovely purse. Extreme bathrooms. Yes, so we're exploring. This game is a lot of fun. I've been... Hi, Biscuits! Yes. Hi, biscuits. All the biscuits in the chat. We are exploring.
Stepping into his manager's office,
just because
Stanley was
Bash
once
is in
again
chat
stunned
now.
to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
A collectible.
Another major Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. Stanlerines. Poggers. Oh my god, this game. 100% worth it. What the hell? Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No, that's boring. Let's escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Yo, Ooman dude, thank you so much for the gifted
door behind
sub.
him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Death doesn't scare me. Death, embrace me. Did I really die? No. I don't remember
As the machine
this.
whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to
there
his
we go.
demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he
What the
resigned
hell?
and willingly accepted
That's
this
messed up,
violent
dude.
end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Don't crush me, I have a lot to live for.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh no! Wait, I survive? I live? Why have I been granted mercy?
And yet it would
Stanley
be just a few
Parable.
minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I don't know.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Wow. I like this one. Which one's your favorite, chat? I think I like one the best, Just has that good ring to it. It just sounds like guitar. This is wonderful. Oh, there's some credits. Very cool. I guess I'm dead. This is what being dead is like. Boss's office. Freedom ending. So I guess there's some museums in here.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your Xbox. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Sorry. Time heals all. All right. So let's see. Stanley's back in his office. Wait, there's a phone ringing? What?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
The hell are you talking about? Yeah, no, it's very clever. Yeah, this is Series X version, yes. But I assume they did that for all Xboxes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Are we going to the door to the right or the left? Are we following what he says? Got some people in here. We can decide how this is going to end. So right or left? We could go right or left. Doesn't matter. I think there's still ways, still things we can do to make different endings that I haven't seen yet. Which there's a lot of them. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps
That's
he wanted to
right.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it
Whatever.
but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, wait. I don't think I'd take this path before. I went down the
And so he
elevator
detoured
last.
through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
What the hell? Trust the completionist instinct. What we know, small floating objects have appeared across the office. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Wow. Follow all clues provided by employee 416. Red room? Figlies. Thank you. Good luck. There will be a reward for finding them all. Large room. Lots of boxes. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Somewhere with both red and blue. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Looks like 427, LOL.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Huh.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone?
Pompousness.
This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever.
Wonder what happens if you keep getting it wrong.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, trying to input anything, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Yeah. How was Rando today, Bash?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large
seeds?
door that read Mind Control Facility.
Rando was fun. That's good.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Who knows? Wait, does that mean I can turn around and go the other way? I wonder. No, I can't. Seems like those viewer seeds, they beat you up quite a bit, don't they? One of these days I will play Metroid Prime and Prime 2 Echoes for the Nintendo GameCube, released in 2004 by Retro Studios from Austin, Texas.
Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom means nothing.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I guess
But
so.
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I see him 4. You're all good, no worries. We're just hanging out. Just figuring out random shit to do. I think there's a 4 up there. Yeah, that's gotta be 4 up there. But how do get up there? I don't know. Oh. Okay. Guess these buttons don't do anything. I would reach that button over there, but I don't know how. It's always good to wash the dishes. Saves you a lot of trouble later.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it
Mind
stood
control for everybody.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take
All right,
control
you
of the
too.
machine for
Thank
yourself.
you so much
Is
for
that what you
hanging out,
wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
All right. That was fun.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Why is there just a pencil sharpener there? That's new. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Yes, I have a bucket now,
Stanley
so that
clutched
changes
the
things
bucket
up a
tightly
bit.
to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Somewhere with both red and blue. Not the broom closet. Ugh. No, I don't want to go this way.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Whoa, what? What the hell? There's another room? Business strategy. That's messed up, man. There's an elevator in here? What the hell? Is this music from Pokemon or something? Wait. What the hell? That's like Wii U music, isn't it? That's like from the Wii. Okay, so I don't think that actually does anything. It's just a special feature. Yeah, it's Bossa Nova for sure, but it sounds like it's from something, like it's like a Wii Shop channel thing, like Me Plaza or something.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Did you say 8?
8.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the
Damn it.
device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes,
I think the
this is
bucket's
certainly the
guiding
most
him.
logical explanation.
Yes, all the endings change with the bucket. It's incredible. 10 out of 10 game.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Thank you, bucket, my friend.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
The bucket makes everything so much better. You see, the first Stanley Parable did not have a bucket.
The monitors jumped to
Therefore,
life,
it is
and Stanley
inferior.
nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh my god.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No!
You going,
He
Stan?
screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Bucket has my back.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Hell yeah. Anarchy.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
What?
Unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Incredible. 10 out of 10 ending. Trapped in darkness with the bucket.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Best bucket.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket
Stanley
was
took
not
the door
wrong.
on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
This is true. We must know about the bucket.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
There's a dark room? Yes. dark room over here.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then,
Oh
very
my
distressingly,
God.
he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
The beige pages. Beige pages. Hello, Bucket, my friend. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your Bucket. Press X to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press right to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Oh yeah, no. I mainly did that because of spoilers. I was thinking about not having that tag for this game in particular. But really it just means just like don't spoil the game. I like to know the surprises.
Anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it.
That's a lie.
It doesn't
Bucket's
do
my
anything
friend.
else.
You don't know anything, narrator. Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
He's not stupid, he has feelings.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yes, weighted companion bucket. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be
It is
better at
more
moving an
capable.
amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying
what's up?
water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
It's...
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Ooh, yes. Too hot for
Stanley,
Twitch.
give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. This my bucket. Wow, that was messed up, dude. Okay, so I have to remember How to get... Okay. No, I remember how.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
There
it.
is no game. I
Stanley
don't
felt
think that I
lightheaded,
have.
butterflies in his
Sounds
stomach,
like it would be
but
really
eager
fun,
to
though.
get back to
I
business,
love
Stanley took the
games like
first
this.
open door on his left.
Oh wait, no, that's the game that I heard about. There is no game. I've always wanted to play that.
Stanley was so
I
bad
need
at
to.
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Yes. But meta.
Look,
I
Stanley,
love
I think
stuff that's
perhaps we've
meta.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone.
Yes, me.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced
Yes.
that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up? by
1 chord per
Let me
minute
see.
drone stream.
I'm sure it will come to me.
That might be fun, actually. Do a little music stream. I just had to figure out, like, how to do voice and play music at the same time. Okay, Stanley walked through the red door.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red
All right,
door.
fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
There's
You
all
see,
kinds of stuff I
there's
still
nothing
need.
here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms,
But I do wanna do
exposed
more
developer
music stuff.
textures.
It would be
Is
really
this what
fun.
you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because
Sounds
I did.
gaslighting,
And in the
bro.
end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what.
This is my
let me
favorite
take a stab in the
ending.
dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think
No
I've knocked it
gun.
out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'm gonna say no. That guy was cheating. Wait, how do I say no? Wait, what the fuck? Am I stuck? Huh? This is an ending I was trying to get. Oh no. Did I soft lock? Well, this is another ending I didn't see happening. Okay. Let's begin the game again. This time, we got the bucket.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
That's right.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
I'm really excited for this.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please,
this is a bucket.
Step in here for a moment.
Whoa, holy shit. Okay. Oh my god.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay,
I don't know.
Begin.
This is very hard.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, shut the hell up.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Okay, yeah, please do. Feel free to break away, but it's really fantastic. I highly recommend it.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
It's a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
It's a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Oh my god.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Let's say no.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What the hell?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Huh.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
You monster. No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
This is the greatest thing ever. Heavy with buckets. Yes.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Jesus Christ. This game is so funny.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket
I have to
wrong.
say nothing as a bucket
Stanley
now.
took the door on his left.
I have to
go
know
back
what
to the
happens.
meeting room.
I can't
No,
believe I've been playing this
said
for
the
like
bucket.
3 hours.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Always have to
Stanley
take the
clutched
bucket.
the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Simply.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Maybe we can go find all the collectibles. There's a place with a lot of boxes and a place with a lot of stairs.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What the hell? What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh, God. Come on, you're not going to say anything about including the broom closet? New adventure line.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Give up what? What are you talking about? Where am I going? Where am I going?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why
No.
I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Why would you ever make me throw away the bucket?
Now
I'd rather
listen to
throw
me.
myself.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend.
Is this the
For
Halo
moment in
theme
time
song?
that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh my god. So good.
What the hell? It changed again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. "Where are we going today?" the bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right, we'll go to the door on the left. Large room, lots of boxes.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotion, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No, not for the bucket.
The door behind them was
live.
not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
No, that's not true. That's fake. Fake news. Hello, bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure,
Why?
It puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
What the hell? The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn? Will you take what you learn here out with you in the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourselves and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Hi, buckets.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. That's more than 25 buckets, I'm pretty sure. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death for just attempting it. What the hell? Dude, that's so funny. What's back there? Nothing? Guess it's nothing. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, in which the medieval era was so powerfully alluring, it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died. And yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. The stress bucket, an analogy, presented without commentary. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance, stress, vulnerability, coping strategies, rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. We have entered a bucket museum. What the hell? Is this the music for the Hellblade 2 trailer? While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already been likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Shut up. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. What the?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take his place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Now the bucket got crushed too. Rip. Hi, buckets. This is truly ridiculous. Like, I thought the original game was ridiculous, but this is just something else.
A soft
Something else
wind blew
entirely.
outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
New dialogue.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
The cargo lift. I want my figgly. Can I have my figgly?
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah, this is the bucket game.
No, stop.
I want...
Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Nothing is a bucket.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Nothing's a bucket.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
No.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Becoming a real bucket expert.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, shut up.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Schrodinger's bucket.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight,
Yes.
Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No, nothing. Not everything's a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
You are.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm
You're not
losing
a
myself,
bucket.
and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone?
Oh, it's the
Why did
same.
everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single
Yes.
thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God,
It was
I
all
had
a
no
bucket.
idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who
No,
knows
it's all a
what that
bucket.
information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
It's all a bucket. Everything's a bucket.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
That's very true.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, where is... Okay, let's actually begin the game again. I guess the new content's in the other path. Want to start
Already this was
taking-
uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
That's very true.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and
Hi,
entered the door on
buckets.
his left.
You came at the perfect time. Hi,
This was
buckets.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply
Where's
the
the
place to
new?
be.
Where's the new
And
content?
here
Is
it
that
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes.
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door
Hi,
on his left
buckets.
to go
Hi,
back
biscuits.
to the meeting room.
Oh.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh. Is this where the new stuff is? Large room, lots of boxes. Huh.
Come Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No, you. Everybody in chat is cute.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an
technically
emotional
in chat
dumpster
right now.
fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now,
But
in his
everybody in
darkest
chat
of
is
hours,
cute. That
did
is
the bucket's
facts.
warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Sleep stream when? Is that a thing?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I don't know. Kind of curious about what happens if I just do nothing in this room.
2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
How can I sleep with Red Bull? Caffeine does not affect me at all. Wonder if I can just hang here. I am immune to caffeine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
That's very lucky. Sometimes I do, but it has to be like a lot of caffeine.
On an enormous room packed with television
I'm used to it
screens.
now.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I think that usually happens to me if I don't drink enough water.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly
I can't
burst into
remember.
tears
Did I
as Stanley
shut
cradled
the
it gently,
mind control thing
reassuring
off
it
with
that
the bucket?
everything would be fine.
Why would you throw water at me? That's not very nice.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Well,
No!
the question
He
is,
screamed into the bucket.
What?
He couldn't accept it. His own life in
Trinket
someone
biscuits.
else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no
Drink the
one
water.
except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became
Silly
activated.
birds? What the hell? Yes!
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Okay, that's probably the best ending in this game. Let's be real.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of it. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
I believe it.
and entered the door on his left.
I have to remember where the new stuff is at. There's a new content room. Bucket of ducks. Bucket of biscuits, actually. Warehouse access plan. Produce one new plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow connection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to all this. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Large room, lots of boxes, stairs. Something to do with stairs. What do I do with stairs? I need all the collectibles.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Something with stairs. There it is.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anarines. Very soon, you'll give us the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anarines. None of us can.
There has to be some kind of... There's got to be some meaning behind all this. So something to do with stairs. And now I'm stuck. Big room with a lot of boxes. Enjoy the biscuit pyramid. It's the best. Love it. Hello.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The
I don't
purpose
care.
of this message is to warn you about the dangers of
No, you. You're the best biscuits. Chunky got soap on his face. What's that mean? Your frog is named Chunky. Chunky Frog. What a great name for a frog. Oh, what did I do with my remote? I had to use that so that my TV does not shut off on me, because it does that sometimes. It's pretty awful. Don't recommend it. Took him into the bathroom and accidentally put him under the soap dispenser. Why'd you do a thing like that? Trying to put soap on your frog?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, this was
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was an accident. It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So it's a room with a lot of boxes.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You are not lying. Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Well, you did your business. Would be a good thing to do. You carry your frog around with you. Wait, how the hell? What? What? How do you make it? What? Oh my god. What? Oh my god, there's something new.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
We got the Stiggly
This is
Wigglies.
doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
No. I got all the figurines, though. Give me a prize. What's in here? Oh, God. What the hell is this?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path.
What the hell?
The office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
okay.
begun
I'll
so
look at
far
it
off
in
the
a little
beaten
bit.
path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights.
Aww.
How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I haven't done anything to you. What are you talking about? Alright, we're taking the bucket this time. What the fuck?
Stanley, I'm
What?
sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to
Yes.
the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love
Yes.
nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
We can revisit the figurines. The memory zone. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. There's a downstairs now. Zone, sweet zone. I love it.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Why did I collect 7 out of 10? Or 7 out of 6? It's not real. What the?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
Third mini Stan. Oh god. I feel like it was in the boss's office. Because red and blue doors took me a while to find. I don't know. Let's say red and blue doors.
No. The red and blue door room was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the red and blue door room feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Yes, thank you. Okay. Guess it doesn't matter which door to go through.
Let's see. What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was
Under
the
the stairs.
5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god. Yes, it has to be. And it's just like exported in 240p.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
ridiculous. Yeah, no, it's straight up. I remember back in the day when we made movies in Movie Maker. In the room with all the boxes.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
That's
Who
right.
can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I feel like something happened. Do we go back up the other way? No. It was the way down there. But no, that was beautiful and perfect. It was like crispy too. If it looked crusty, that was intentional. They made that like that.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
No, Memory Zone is my favorite.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Yes.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
This is literally just Banjo-Kazooie now.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video?
Play it backwards.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Solid room.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Okay, so I guess if you were wrong, it puts it in the pink room. Now we go into the bathroom.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
I don't want to know. Oh, what is this? Oh, yes.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
No jumps. Okay. Sad.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh, God. Okay, that's fine.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
There's something before the office?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh my God. Yo.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No. Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
No. I don't think I will. Here with the bucket.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up.
Hi, buckets.
No matter how many times I've done it.
Oh. The controller almost slipped away from me. I got it though. I got it.
It's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
I don't like this at all. What the fuck?
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Huh. I feel like there's all sorts of things I'm not...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Let's do red and blue doors, and
Perhaps
then this
he wanted
time
to
follow
stop by the employee
directions.
lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Yes, let's do that.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
No thanks, I actually hate it.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Okay. Sounds good.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
This is ridiculous. When you have a walking simulator inside of a walking simulator. They put Firewatch inside of Stanley Parable.
No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh,
thank
no.
goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Something with big walls.
I think this will be just the thing.
Of course, they put in, like...
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I'm lost.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
yes.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my god. I'm playing soccer. It's not Rocket League because there's no cars.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley,
Yes, this is way better.
And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain... Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh my god. I fell.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
What the hell? Where do I go from here? Can I walk through any of this? This is so weird. Oh, here we are. In the original mod. Yet it's been destroyed. That's nice. Four, 2, 7. Almost looks like Windows Movie Maker, or no, FL Studio I meant to say. Well, we found the old room. That's good.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
There it is.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Yeah, I don't know.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah. Reboot the game
Yet
entirely?
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alright, I guess we should go ahead and give the game... get it to reboot. Maybe something cool will happen. So we're gonna go ahead and close it out. And then Rio does. It says reboot the entire game. Developed by Crows. Written by Davey Radin. Please enter the current time. Current time is, oh god, 3:05 a.m. Confirm. Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting up the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set up at 12 o'clock and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have a way of any know the time you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Just so you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the scene, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead. Pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Amazing. Alright, let's see what this does.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Welcome
All of
back.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate,
have our
assertive
pal
yet
bucket.
compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Kind of wonder. Begin the game again. Why did it ask me to restart?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Why did it want me to
When
restart?
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, no, it's
Yet
exactly
there
the
was not
same.
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alright, I think I'm gonna go ahead and restart it again. I'm putting my favorite time. The time that's not even the right time. Please enter your favorite time. 4:20. Ah, 4:20, your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. It's pretty inaccurate. I would say it's probably pretty inaccurate. Having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish you had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Oh my god, this game is ridiculous. This is so funny. I'm just here booting and rebooting the game just to see what it does. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Please adjust the slider until the cat and dog are friends. Epic Sans, you're new. Welcome. Let's see, are they friends? I think they're friends. This is so hard. I think this is friends right here. Please adjust the slider until the number... Oh my god. Why? Why, game? Why? Comes to number 9. Number 9. It got me, dude. Motherfucker, it got me. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. This is honestly, like, so incredible. It's asked me to, like, reboot, like, 5 times already. Let's do that right here. Which are the 2 made-up words below are most appealing to you? Ochboincoal and Scrumtush. Definitely this one. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Yes. What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. This is so weird. I love it.
This is... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Ah, Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley
There's always a new line about the bucket every time I pick it up.
Door on his left.
That's incredible. He must have recorded like 100 lines for the
Still
bucket.
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Wait, hold on a second. Let's go ahead and do the broom closet. Oh wait, no. I think I already did the broom closet ending without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
Actually, I'm kind of curious. How am I doing on achievements? Test achievement, please ignore. Commitment. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Click on door 435 times. Speedrun. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Set all setting sliders. Oh, that unlocks a room. Holy crap. Set all setting sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. Oh my god. This is actually going to be so horrific. I apologize to anybody. Okay, I think all sliders are basically maxed out. Oh god.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh my god, what is this? Why did I do this?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No, that's right. Wait, hold on. Do you start from 0 and then you... Oh, in the menu. Let's quit the menu. Settings. There's apparently
this is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, this is apparently
a man named Stanley.
A way to get an achievement just by having all the sliders maxed out. And I think it unlocks a door in the new content, if I recall correctly. It's absolutely ridiculous. Maybe that achievement doesn't work. Gonna laugh if it doesn't. Oh god.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Too high.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
420.
Nor did it advance the story in any way.
4:30. Okay, wait, hold on. Where's 4:30 at? Oh, you have to manually press 100 times for each slider? Oh, okay.
Oh,
thank you.
Please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5
Yes.
times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
How many clicks are you gonna make me do for this freaking door?
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417, okay. Uh, 417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Perfect. 437.
Excellent! I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
10 clicks of 415. Four, 1, 5. There we go.
Now, back to door number 437.
We got it. We'll get it. We'll get it.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Copy machine? Where the hell's the copy machine
All right,
at?
back to
Oh, there
room
it is.
417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
What the hell? I love this game.
Now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Yeah.
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on
dancing.
door 416.
416.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
Yeah, buddy, yeah. Copy machine. Ugh, God. This
Finish
copy
it off,
machine right here.
Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Don't know what I was thinking. Definitely not that. Okay, so I guess we'll go ahead and... so it's like 1 click. You have to manually press it 100 times for each. Okay. Gotcha. Wait, hold on. Like that. This game is so goofy. If I can find where the new content door is, this opens something up in that room. This might be my favorite game of the year, actually. This gameplay is so compelling. Move over, Elden Ring. Meet your match. Hard boss fights? What about hard menus?
This is the...
Okay, I feel like I moved every slider. No? Do you just slide at 0? I think that might be where I'm messing up. Okay. 51, 52, 50, yep. Taking my time with it. Not trying to speed run it. I love sliders. What, Elden Ring or this game? I feel like these menus are probably fine. Oh, Elden Ring.
This is the
I
story
feel like
of a
Elden
man
Ring
named
fans are
Stanley.
going to complain about pretty much anything.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is the story of a man named
This
Stanley.
is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Surely I should get it now. What the hell? Game hates me.
When
Oh,
Stanley
Phantom
came to a
Starlight,
set
thank
of
you so
two
much for
open
the raid.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hello. Just still trying to figure out this game. Full of mystery.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yeah, I don't know. Trying to get the world record in menu settings. Oh, maybe subtitle opacity was the one that was keeping me. You get an achievement from having every slider at every value. So I'm trying to get that. Ooh, Blossom Tales. How's that going? Sounds like I've heard that it's a really good game. That's very true. I wish Elden Ring was like Okami, where you can just like have the map sort of flash open. But no. Maybe I just need to reset the game again. Wouldn't surprise me. This game is very silly. Time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the games start next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you?
That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Huh. Epilogue. Yo. There's an epilogue. This game is amazing. They really knocked it out of the park with this. Many, many years later. Oh yeah, no, I've been playing this game for about 4 hours. Wait, what? That's wild. I said that I've played Stanley Parable before. Gotten through a whole bunch of the endings. Yo, what? Yeah, I've been rebooting the game at times. The Stanley Parable 2. Well, this is great. Yeah, I've seen some of the new content. There's like a door pointing to it. What is this? Cookie Nine's blog review, The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, The Stanley Parable 2 is a dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new settings? What about the enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like Adventure Line? Instead, we are given an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... I mean, me and Bucket are life. Name buttons. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions. As outlined in a press release they published today, it's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Just endless name buttons. We got more figurines. How many figurines are there? $26 out of 6? Thank you for enjoying the new content. Okay. Interesting. Is this all there is? It's another computer. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we have to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a dub subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. I don't know. I'm sort of feeling Saturday Night Didgeridoo. Return to Didgeridoo. The final mind control machine end is never the... The end is never the human condition. I like that. It sounds cool. The end is never the human condition. Return. Okay, no, I can't do more than 2. The end is never the human condition. Okay, the end is never the final. The final human the end is never the human condition. Yeah, that's fine. The end is never the human condition. It's absurd. I love it. Every time we restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again with a new titled screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it. New sequel every time you start the game. Well, since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see? I'm on your side. We're in this together. We gotta keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. God damn it. $3:47. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. I wonder if these sliders count also. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. This is ridiculous. I love it. I love it so much.
This is
hidden didgeridoo.
All
now
of
I want to figure out.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Is Stanley without the bucket really Stanley at all? No, surely. Oh,
new content.
New content? What does that mean? New content.
New content with the bucket. Finally.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized that bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
Incredible.
Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
What? No.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
We can't jump. I already have seen it though.
The infinite hole, the giant door. Did you see them already? Stanley, none of them
Yes,
are
I
ready
did.
yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
Probably not.
Wait, If you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable! Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
My God.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Definitely looks like there's something up there.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, you meant 416. That's okay. What's so special about 416? Let's find out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
416. I've done most of this. Return to the expo hall? Oh, 416. Do I need the bucket? I go grab the bucket and then try to do 406. Oh wait. Yeah, I've already seen the new content. I've been playing for about 5 hours. It was like the first stuff I saw. Wait. Let me take the bucket with me. If I'm going back to the room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Okay, here we go. Now we got our bucket in tow to the expo hall. That's good. Is this the expo hall? Or is this...
You see, Stanley,
yeah,
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a... Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Huh. That's curious. I've never noticed that before. 0344? That's something to look at.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress. All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Okay, wait, no, I don't want to go down here. I think I wanted to go where Epilogue was. But I saw a time for 3:44. I think there's something interesting about that. See, it says like 0344. That means something. What does it mean? Reassurance bucket. New. That's new! And where do I go to get up there? Through here?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
That's what we got. We got the epilogue. It won't end. Settings World Champion. This is... I wonder if I have to do it in front of the door and then it'll open. Because I assume that's what the door is for. But what's behind the door? That's what I want to know. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely kind of stuck on it, but I think I'm probably going to stop here for tonight. It's been a lot of fun. This game is really great. Translation labels on? I think I set that by accident. I mainly did that to try to mess with the settings so that all the sliders would be... Because I want to get in that door and see what's behind that door. That's got a slider of some... Yeah, that's got a slider of some form, too. Oh, yeah. I mean, I was adjusting that also. Okay, I'm actually gonna look at that and try to do it. Okay, field of view. So we got 50, 51, 52, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Alright, so we got backwards opacity. Enable show subtitles. I got that. Show subtitles. Background label opacity.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is a story of a man named Stanley.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is...
Oh, it includes all toggleable and changeable settings. That's something I could also do. Maybe I'm good on the sliders. It's probably just the stuff I need to toggle. But the controls shouldn't change anything, should they? I'm just so excited about the fact that every time I load this game up, it's going to be a different title screen. Oh, every language too? I'm sure I'll be able to change it back to English pretty easy enough. Okay. Invert Y. English. On off. On off. On off. that's toggleable. On off. I don't know. It hates me. Definitely turning off invert white though, that's the worst. The sequel is now paused. I just noticed that. Beep. Beep. So I kind of want to try something out. I saw that there was a specific time of 3:44. That does something. I'm sure it does something. Check the translation settings. In search of coworker. In search of dash. In search of dash. Oh my god. This looks ridiculous. Translation settings. I don't know. Yeah, it may need to be all done in the menu. Yeah, just gonna hit every setting. I think after we get the achievement and I see what's behind that door, I'll end the stream. But this is gonna be a game I play for a long time. I can't wait until I get to like 69 in this. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, probably just all in the menu, if I had to guess.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, I don't know. You have to do it all in every language? I don't know. Ooh, goodness. So sleepy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, I think I'm probably going to end the stream here. We'll be back tomorrow with Okami. Should be good fun. Good fun for everyone. Let me go see if there's anybody I could raid at this current moment. See who's online. Who be online?